Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. I am Alex and I'm coming to you from the dam cameras here in Djuma, Okakuyo and Mashatu. And joining us today is Lauren and Rolf. So what a great start already to the Saturday, as Bernice just put it. Lovely lions. We've also had Ntumi and Kushava on a kill. Those are the leopards. And Ntumi was rather greedy this morning as well. But the Djuma was also, or the Djuma team at least, so where we are right now, was also spoiled with a very nice rhino sighting. And really, what a good start to Saturday. So lovely to follow this young bull Ellie. Does seem to be quite cool at the moment. So really a great start to a Saturday morning. But please also do remember, this is a live and interactive experience, and it is also your journey into the wilderness and safari. So please do send us through any questions, comments, chats, things you'd like to talk about, anything you might notice. We do love to interact with you as well, and we love to answer your questions. So please send through anything that you find interesting or you'd like to know about. But really, what an awesome start to Saturday. Lovely to end off sunrise safari with some lions, and of course start Escape to Nature with some elephant action. So we're just going to follow and just track this Ellie, just see where he goes, what he's up to, and really just enjoy a nice start to the morning. So as this Ellie bumbles about, it's probably time for us just to see what is going on the weather and what we might be in store for the day. So it's probably going to be a bit cloudy here and there. It does look like in Etosha and in Mashatu though it will be rather warm. So we will obviously keep tabs, keep you updated with what's going on. But again, we're just tracking this Ellie for now, making sure we enjoy as much exposure as possible. Really cool to start the day off like this. And I think probably with it being a little bit overcast and quite cool at the moment, so Ellie is probably looking to get back to feeding, but also just taking it very easy. Nothing seems to be worrying him right now. So I don't think it's hot enough for him to start wallowing or the rest. Probably going to head straight into this thicket right here, start to feed. Exactly, and what a perfect start. Really magnificent. And you can just make out this elephant here. It's obviously just gone behind those trees, and you can see how quickly they vanish. Although they are so huge, they do vanish very quickly into this landscape. Almost like ghosts. Do just want to make sure we keep tabs on him, but it looks like rather thick vegetation. Hi Henry, so it's not normal that they would kind of, be territorial like that. Obviously there will be dominant bulls and hierarchy within them, but elephant move quite a bit, and they can move quite substantially as well. So, in areas such as where we are right now, where fences have dropped and that, elephants do move around, and they do also take the opportunity to move with seasonality. So that being where different food sources are obviously in abundance at certain times of the year too. So you will see them moving away from, say, the drier riverbeds or riverbeds itself during the winter, and eating bark, as their vegetation and what they take in their diet does change. So it's not to say that they have territories, they have home ranges, and they move seasonally. So unlike, say, a pride of lions that might have a territory or a home range, elephant don't really. They actually are far more, I suppose, far more happy to move around, and they do take the opportunity to move around quite a lot, and specifically in seasons. So it's more seasonal movements than anything else. But obviously there is a home range they might like, but they do move very vast distances at times as well. And it does look like we will lose our Ellie now, because he's right in the thicket, and to get a view of him right now, I don't think we're going to have much luck. I'll zoom in once more, but to see through these trees and to find something big and grey, probably going to be rather tough.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
So as I said, it seems to be that the early action was what we were going to start with here in Djuma, and it is probably time for us to head over to Okakuyo. So really quite a busy start already. Lovely elephant. Nice to just watch him bumbling around. Sadly, he did go into the thickets. and really such different vegetation here in Okakuyo. And we do have some wildebeest and some zebra hanging on the peripheries. And we will just sit here and maybe just wait to see if they do approach. It's always great to see them coming through and then getting into the water. But I can see some impala and I think some springbok. Might be a mixture of both. So good just to see who decides to come down first. Lots going on with those lapwings in the background as well. Quite a morning chorus of birds today. It does seem like while the dam is a bit quiet, everyone else is taking the opportunity to voice their opinions around this. It does look like the zebra, I think, might start to make their way through. So again, it's always cool to sit back and just watch everything approach and see how relaxed or how anxious they might be to come down. So we're just going to sit and wait. Let's see how quickly they want to come through, and obviously who is thirstiest. So from the lapwings to the Cape Crows, some Namakwa sandgrass. We really do have quite a bit going on in terms of bird life at the moment. It does seem that these animals are getting thirsty and slowly making their way down to us. So I can make out some European bee-eaters as well as a white-bellied sunbird as well, just calling in part of this morning chorus. And if I think I was going to put money on it, I think the zebra are going to reach her first. And it seems that everyone's a little bit anxious at the moment. Not too sure why, but just good to keep tabs. It does look like the zebra are the thirstiest, and I think going to get you first. Really quite cool. They really do match the background and the scenery here, even though they are black and white striped, but these concrete stones do make them blend in very well. So just cool watching them almost like shadows coming down. Seems that this impala is actually going to be the first, but zebra are definitely coming down in numbers. And really quite a big herd, and they do congregate in big numbers up here, Natasha, and they do come through to drink. If someone else had decided it was their party first, and the oryx was actually the first one through. So we're currently on 6 mammal species for the day. And when I was last year, we had 15. That was the highest that I've had at least. So throughout the day, I will keep tabs on how many animals we do see across the different locations and keep you updated on that as well. But really, what a cool sight. We literally have 4 species that are with us currently. It's really just cool to watch different species in their varying numbers all at once. So 1 oryx, black-faced impala, lots of zebra, and a couple of wildebeest with us. But great to see the impala down here in such numbers. It's not often we get to see them with so many, and there's also a springbuck, so that's actually 5 species all at once. With the different birds. So the Makwa sandgrouse calling right now, dab chicken frame as well, the lapwings, Cape crows, pied crows, European beaders, and sunbird. So a smattering of everything. Such a lovely silhouette there of Gemsbok. Really quite cool, almost superimposed onto the water surface. Very cool to see. So lovely to see all these different species come through and have a drink. And as it is morning, it's time for us to head across to Lauren and see what she has and say good morning.
Good morning, everyone. We are coming to you with a bit of a different view this morning because we are actually standing on Jackie's Clo deck. It's a stunning deck where you can literally just spend the day, which is what we are planning to do. Why? Well, look. It's super duper comfortable, everyone. Good morning, my name is Lauren. I do have Davi on camera and we are just going to spend time at Jackie's Dam. We struggle for signal out there when we're in the car, so we thought it is a very iconic dam of Madikwe, so why don't we just sit on the deck? We obviously can't drive to sightings, but there is plenty happening here. And believe it or not, it is actually one of the best dams in the area for birding. I would say from what I've seen, it's the best. Definitely haven't seen all the water points in Madikwe or all the dams. There are many, but they each have their own sort of unique feature. Jamala is really iconic for elephants, and this dam is iconic for everything, but particularly birds. So I thought we'll spend some time looking at birds and just see what else comes to drink. You literally never know. This morning already we've had impala, zebra, and elephants. So I'm sure as it gets hotter, we're going to find a lot more animals. So I'm very much looking forward to escaping to nature with you. And we are looking at the spoonbills hiding their spoon. They're all tucked up within themselves. It's actually not that warm yet, but the sun is going to burst through. I can feel it. So once it gets warmer, of course, the birds are going to become more active. Now, I've got my binos, thank goodness, otherwise I wouldn't be able to see. And I'm also just going to scan around with you guys. This is a really stunning dam. We've had hyenas make kills here, wild dogs come here, lions come here. It's really, really beautiful, but sadly for some reason it's just in a bit of a signal dip when we're on the car, but that's okay. Wait till we start to see the spoonbills feeding. I love it. I love watching them feed. Ruth, you love the view. Me too. That's why we thought we're going to just sit here, do a little bit of a different escape to nature. We're still in nature and just literally see what comes to the dam. Some days it's going to be action-packed, some days not, and that's just how it is out in the wild. But I can see a herd of impala that look like they're possibly on their way. Duffy, I can see a really interesting bird, sorry. If you look at about 1 o'clock, just right of the spoonbills, in the middle of the dam, there's a sort of dead tree. Can you see that? Yes, that's the one. What is that bird? I wonder if it's a darter. I'm not sure. I'm going to have a look over Davi's shoulder. Oh, that's not a good idea. Well, I can't tell with my binos, but I'm wondering if it is the African darter. Just from that body shape. That S-shaped body. So if any of you can confirm, please do. It's a little bit too far away for me, I'm afraid. But I'm going to opt with darter, which is very cool. That'll be the first darter I put on camera here at Madikwe, if it is. That's why we need your eagle eyes. I used to see them in Chitwa quite a lot when I worked in Juma, but then they sort of disappeared from Chitwa and the sightings became very sporadic. And we already have our first animal coming down to drink. The wildebeest, blue wildebeest, has come down to drink. On my bingo board it says black wildebeest, which is very naughty because we don't get them here. I'm never going to find them. I'm never going to win that bingo line. You don't often find black and blue wildebeest in the same area. They are kept separate. So in Amakala, for example, you see the black. You won't see the blue. Here we see the blue. So I think maybe I've got one of Amakala's bingo boards. But they don't stay long. They don't hang around water very long. But there's a gentle breeze and some lovely bird sounds here and there. So let's just take a moment to sit and appreciate the views around Jackie's Dam. The kudus are approaching. I hope they come for water. Beautiful females. We actually found a lone wild dog on our way home last night from the jackal den. And it looked a bit injured. It was limping and it was just calling constantly. Whoo, 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 for the pack, which was very sad. But it was very close to the dam. I wondered if we were maybe going to see the dog this morning, or hopefully it's reunited with the pack. It's obviously very hard for us to watch an animal just calling constantly, looking for its social unit. And it was definitely injured. It's worrying. Something's happened to one of the wild dog packs here, and of course we found the dead one the other day, which was very sad, and it is confirmed to be the alpha female, which will have devastating effects on the pack. They will hopefully bounce back, but it's not good news for that wild dog pack. don't forget, everyone, this experience is all for you. It's tailored for you. And if you do want to know more about anything we're seeing, or even the wild dogs here, anything about Madikwe, please do send in your questions and comments. What are you feeling about Madikwe so far? Have you been here? I've had some of my best sightings here already, from the brown hyena. Sorry, I'm just watching these impala. Are you seeing them, Davi? What are they up to? There's one female coming to the dam. Yes, from the brown hyena to the jackal den. It was really, oh, honestly, it's been very special, the sightings that I've had here. Madikwe is vast. You've got to really learn where you're going, make that plan. Is she limping? Oh, I cannot handle any more injured animals. She did look like she was limping slightly. I don't know why. But she's obviously moving. She got from A to B there. It's a tough life out in the wild. Even if you're injured, you've just got to adapt. It's all about adapting to your situation, to your surroundings. Something that humans are often not very good at. Many of us don't like change, but actually change is the only constant. Kathy Lee, you love this view and you're all talking about it in the chat. Kathy Lee, I've just come across a bird. It's obviously a heron. But it doesn't look like my favorite makana, as I like to call it, which is the grey heron in the Maldivian language, Divehi. It's very iconic over there. It's a national bird and it's got a lot of history ingrained in the social aspect and the environmental aspect. But this heron looks different. It doesn't even look like a black-headed heron. They obviously have a black head, that goes without saying. I mean, I'm guessing it is the grey heron. I'm wondering if it's a juvenile. You see what I mean? It just looks different with that really stripy neck and a very bright white head. Are you a youngster? I think very possibly it is. How beautiful. I really love these birds, and I think in Djuma I definitely overlooked them, but when you actually spend time with them in different countries or different parts of the world, they're actually epic. I've said this many times before, but in the Maldives they work together with the sharks and the jacks to hunt the small fish. And it's really something to see. You wouldn't believe it unless you could actually see it. And the sharks come right out of the water, the juvenile blacktips, onto the beach, risking beaching themselves, which is not a good idea. And of course the heron, the makana, is just waiting. And it's a collective effort to create chaos. Yes, it is a grey heron, sorry. I don't know why it looked a little bit different to me there. I don't even think it's a juvenile. Hello, beautiful. It's a collective effort to create chaos, just like dogs do, running at the impala hare, just creating absolute chaos. Everyone panics. It's the exact same principle with the school of fish. Create panic. The schools of fish are normally in such tight, cohesive units, and nothing can break it. They're all so in tune with one another from that lateral line that they have. It's amazing watching schooling fish, but when they start to panic, just like impala, that's when it all goes wrong, and that's when the predators can, of course, make use of that and get lucky. So the sharks and the jacks drive the fish towards the shoreline, towards the beach to panic them, get them really shallow, then take their pick, and of course these birds are just waiting for them. And here they're pretty epic too. If you think about that lateral line of a fish, it is a line that you can actually see. It's very faint, but if you pick up a fish or look at a picture of a fish, you can see it. It sort of goes from the eye, if you like, all the way to the tail, and it's called the lateral line, and it's filled with all of these jelly-filled pores that are extremely sensitive to pressure changes. So something that we can't even begin to imagine, but they can detect changes in pressure within the sort of liquid medium around them immediately. And therefore, if that pressure changes by that lovely leg of a heron entering into the water, they immediately detect it and they move away. And once one fish reacts, they all do within nanoseconds. So this small line is a beautiful line, you'll be able to see it, is what saves them. So when the grey heron steps into the water, it changes the pressure because you're putting something solid into the liquid medium, just like if you put your hand in a bath and it changes pressure, and that's what they detect. So that's why you'll find the grey heron just standing still for a very, very long time, because they have the knowledge that they've already disturbed the water column and they need to sort of allow it to calm down again, so that that pressure equalizes with their leg in the water. The more they move around, the more they're going to disturb the water column, and then it's going to be very obvious to the fish that there is a predator there. And that's why you will find a lot of birds use this technique, hamerkops, herons, storks. That's why they're staying still, waiting for their moment, so that the fish no longer can detect them. The pressure is equal again and the fish relax again. But it's all through that lateral line, and it's really unbelievable when you think that fish have that ability. And it's the intrinsic knowledge of the predator that has to understand your prey. Oh, giraffes incoming. This just gets better and better. And I always talk about the senses because it's my favourite topic, but the lateral line of fish is a sensory organ. Yes, it's a line, but it's used to detect pressure change, movement, vibrations, and that is a sensory organ, sensory apparatus to sense the world around you.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
I really hope these giraffes come down. We had buffalo here the other night as well. Oh, Victoria, thank you so much. You love all of my stories and facts. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Sometimes I think my path was a little bit convoluted to end up in the bush. It wasn't the sort of norm. And I do have a little bit of a diverse background. So I think it's nice when you have a team of naturalists that all come from just slightly different backgrounds. And therefore, you're going to be able to hear the most wonderful tales. And I think it's important. I didn't actually realize how important storytelling was until recently. It's now very important. If you look at a lot of conservation bodies and filming bodies, it's really all about storytelling. That's the way forward, especially with indigenous communities and the local people in that area. Listen to them because they have the stories that once they sort of die out, you'll never get them back. And that's crucial more than ever in terms of conservation. It's not just about creating a protected area, even a marine protected area, and looking at X, Y, and Z. There's so much more than that with regards to conservation. And storytelling is a huge element of that. It's interesting to be able to compare and contrast the time I've spent with the grey herons here in South Africa and in the time I've spent with them in a completely different part of the world in Maldives. It's interesting to be able to see how different they behave and how differently people feel about them. In Maldives, they're very much regarded as the island chiefs. They're very important. So we're going to sit hoping that our giraffes come down to drink, but I believe Alex already has some.
Thanks, Lauren. And while you wait for your giraffe, we have some of our own approaching here in Djuma. Currently 4 of them. And really what a nice start up here in Djuma because we've had some elephant already and a lovely giraffe right now. So it does look like the closest one obviously is a younger bull. We're waiting to see who the rest are as they come down, but just taking the opportunity to feed and slowly make their way down to the water edge. So we are just going to sit and watch and see as they approach because they will take their time. They are quite nervous when they come down to water. We'll make sure that nothing is around that could interrupt that very awkward stance and pose when they do need to drink. So a few oxpeckers on the one. We'll just make sure that we keep tabs on what is going on, but they definitely look like they are quite thirsty, and I'm sure at some point now, as we watch them eat, they will come down and drink. It's amazing actually with how green it is, how camouflaged these giraffe are. If we were zoomed out quite far, it'd be quite hard to make out exactly where these giraffe were. So good that we obviously have seen them and they are quite close. As they do get closer, we will make sure that we do get a very good look at them. Really, really quite cool. So you will notice, I'll zoom in a bit, but there are oxpeckers on the giraffe, and there will be drongos around as well. The drongos will be taking the opportunity to kind of hawk any insect that the giraffes do interrupt or disturb as they do walk around and feed. And the oxpecker is obviously just on the giraffe, so either taking parasites or any scabs or anything that might be left on the giraffes from anything else. Let's see if we can get a look at this giraffe's tongue. So his tongues are really cool, very thick and leathery, around 40 centimeters in length. You can see the oxpecker there on this one's face. You can see obviously also a male, just that bald spot on its ossicones. Not the biggest male, but you can also see that bump on his face, characteristic of male giraffes. So on his forehead. I think from here this is a buffalo thorn. I can't make out properly because I can't zoom in 100%. I do think it's eating a buffalo thorn right now. Hi Christina, so it's not that they follow leopards and lions, they follow just about everything, and more so herbivores as well. Obviously the herbivores occur in higher numbers, so it's actually not often that you will see oxpeckers with the predators. And there we go, we've got some red-chested cuckoos there, the pitmefroes, so migratory birds, but yeah, so it's not often that they are actually with lions or leopards. You will obviously get the opportunity to see them here and there. They do follow the herbivores far more, and that's obviously also because herbivores occur in higher numbers, and then being far more active and diurnal, so active during the day, is a good opportunity for them to feed. And you know, as they move around, they will pick up parasites and ticks and that. So that is obviously one of the things that the oxpeckers do eat. They do obviously also go for old wounds and scabs and take that old scab material, sometimes fresh blood as well. So it is far more common to see them on herbivores than it is on predators. So cool listening to the migratory birds come through, and really such an iconic sound for this time of year, almost like the bringing of Christmas. So kind of like someone just defrosted Michael Bublé, and we now have the Christmas choruses coming through for us. So it's quite cool with us zoomed in so close. You can actually make out how thick and how long that giraffe's eyelashes are. Just something just to note while we are here. Very cool to see. Grey-headed bushshrike as well calling in the background. Kind of piercing, long drawn out noise that you can hear there. You can make out the giraffe's tongue now while he feeds. So it's quite cool to see and watch is how this giraffe is so delicate while eating these leaves. You can see almost like picking at them with his tongue and lips. So really just so cool to be zoomed in and just to be able to note this, because it's obviously common when they do feed, but it's not something we get to show every day either. So just cool to see how it goes about browsing. I do just want to come out and make sure that you don't miss any of these giraffes, as they possibly will come down to drink. But as always, when they do browse, there is a specific tannin that is released by the trees. So at some point, they will move off because the trees will secrete or release that tannin. And that tannin obviously makes those leaves quite untasty, quite bitter. So when that does occur and when that does happen, these giraffe will move off to the next browsing point where the next leaves are obviously without that tannin and they taste far sweeter. So it's just almost a defense mechanism that the trees do have and they do take on. And that's obviously to ensure that not all the leaves get eaten at a time. So you will start to see within the next few seconds or so, these giraffe will move on to the next kind of tree or area for exactly that. But we will sit here and we will just enjoy some of our view here with the giraffe. But Lauren apparently has some models of her own, and I think it's time for us to go and see exactly who those are.
Sadly, our beautiful sighting is over, but we did have them all lining up drinking there, which is really so lovely to see not just one giraffe drinking, but many. Come on, you lot. I think the drink is over, I'm afraid. Giraffes are very similar to elephants in that they will use water holes repetitively, time and time again. Once they find a water hole that they like, they're going to keep using it. Are you going to come back? I think they might actually come back for another drink. I hope so. The African darter is still there. Oh, what a breeze it's picking up. Darcy Miller, you're saying such a beautiful day. Absolutely. Dick. Sorry, I don't know where I got day from, but it is a beautiful day and a beautiful dick. We've tried to go live here so many times you wouldn't even believe it, but we will always find a solution. In South Africa, they always say, make a plan. We'll make a plan. And I love it. It's not really a common phrase in the UK, that's for sure. And we've made a plan. We've been able to show you this wonderful dam, this wonderful water body, but just by sitting on the deck. So you are welcome, Darcy Miller. And things come, things go. It's just you've got to give water holes time. Just like the Jackal's Den last night, we sat there for a really long time. I'm sure my director was thinking, what are Lauren and Dobby up to? But it was worth it. We eventually got exactly what we wanted. And that's not always going to be the case. But in the bush, sometimes you've just got to put time in. You can't expect to go somewhere and bam, it just happens. You've got to sit, you've got to wait. And that's what you definitely learn sitting on a deck. And the giraffes will leave and something else will come in and then that'll go. And it's just wonderful to see the ebb and flow of the bush. But while we do watch the giraffes, I think today we're going to do a fast five. I haven't done a fast five in a very long time and I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Which means you put in your questions that you want me to answer and I only have 1 minute to answer them. So it's fast, fast, fast. I can't go over a minute. And you really can ask me anything. Obviously with regards to the natural world, but it doesn't have to be what we're seeing right now. So obviously we are looking at giraffes, but you can ask me about hyenas or birds or insects or what I prefer, what's my favorite, whatever you want. 5 questions, 5 minutes. So send them in and my wonderful director Nadine will organize all that. 60 seconds is actually not that long when you're trying to answer a question. Zebras are coming down now. I've never seen so many zebras I have here in Madikwe. Yes, you get them in a lot of places, but here the population number is just huge. Now there is a crocodile here. We've seen it. We've actually seen him on a carcass. And most water bodies in Madikwe don't have crocodiles, so it's quite unusual that jackies do. So if you spot the crocalog or the logacroc as Davey's panning and scanning, please do let us know. I don't know where it is, but if you do see it with your eagle eye, please let us know. I actually really love crocodiles. I know a lot of people don't. Swimming with saltwater crocodiles was really a life-changing experience. It's terrifying, in fact, but it's very humbling. I find being in the presence of these huge apex predators, whether on land or in the ocean, it's very humbling. And swimming with saltwater crocodiles that are twice as big as you are and way more agile in the water is very, puts you in your place. Oh my goodness. Okay, apparently the Fast Five are ready already. I'm nervous. Okay, it's all in the hands of my director now. Oh, Katie, good question. I think it's going to be South Africa because Maldives is incredible. It's home for me, really. I lived there for 8 years. Most of my friends who feel like family are Maldivian. I can speak the language minimally, but it's a very difficult country to live in. It's very isolated. It's a developing country that, although you see these grand five-star resorts, that's not the reality. So the people are the best, but I think to live permanently, it would definitely be South Africa. It's diverse, it's got the ocean, it's got the bush, it's got mountains, and it's filled with animals. Okay, easy. And Davi's all right too. Oh, Darcy Miller, my goodness. Okay. That's really tough. Jack O'Dane or Brownie sighting. That is a very, very tough one, but I think I'm going to go with the Brownie sighting because I've been dreaming of that for years. We even went to the Skeleton Coast to see brownies in Namibia and did not see one. So I think I'm going to go with the Brownie because it was my birthday and all the stars aligned that day, and I had spotties and brownies in the same place and very long, amazing sighting. So I'm going to go with that one, but that's very tough because the Jack O'Dane last night was extremely special. Whew, phew, okay, 2 down, 3 to go. Cheryl B, no update on little Limpy. I believe she was in a lot of discomfort. I'm not sure if it 100% was labor or if it was a miscarriage. There was definitely something wrong, and that's aside the fact that she has a deformed leg. She is deformed in that regard, but there definitely was something else going on. Her genitalia didn't look very good. I feel like it was labor, but no update. She went into the thicket, and it's just when an animal does that, it's time to just respect the animal and let her go. But apparently, she's quite a frequent visitor to Jamala Dam. So we'll definitely go back there, absolutely, and hopefully we see her and we will either have our answers or not. So sadly, no update, but it was a really interesting sighting, full stop. Darby, look at the spoonbill hunting. It's such a great hunting method. Zachary, great question that I would really love to answer. I'm guessing you're referring to spotty hyenas, but unfortunately I can't. I spent just over 3 years, I think, maybe even pushing 4 with the Juma clan, knowing every single individual, their history, who their parents were, who their offspring are, who they're related to, where they sit in the hierarchy, if that's changed over time, who they spend time with, who they don't. Spotted hyenas are known to develop social alliances, which we would call friendships. And I haven't spent that much time with the spotted hyenas here. I'd love to, but obviously I'm not here for that long. So I really couldn't go into much depth in that question, Zachary, but I would love to. I would love to literally specialize in hyenas and spend a year with a clan and film them day in, day out. But sadly, that didn't happen. So I'm not able to answer your question, but behaviorally, I wouldn't think so. They'll still have a clan, they'll still have a hierarchy, they'll have a matriarch, they'll have those at the bottom who suffer. They may even have takeovers. So behaviorally, I would imagine they really are the same, but I'm probably not going to be able to answer that as much as I would normally like to, Zachary. Okay, we have one more question left. We're going to take a quick break and eventually come back to that one. Okay, I believe I have one remaining question, so I am eagerly waiting for it. Ella, age 11, you are saying if I could name an animal species, what would I name it? I'm just trying to think what you mean, Ella. If I could name an animal species, what would I name it? Maybe MC can just direct me a little bit here so that I get your question right, Ella. Oh, Ella, really struggling with this one. What would we name it? I think I am going to have to think about that one, I'm afraid. Although I am supposed to only have 6 seconds, let me have a think on that one. And then I will get back to you. How does that sound? Okay, I think Davi is already showing you the other side of the dam. And now I'm going to have to just move myself so that I can also see that part of the dam. It doesn't actually join in the middle, so there are two separate dams here. But I'm sure once the rains start falling, it will just become one big water body. Okay, we're gonna sit here and do some birding, wait to see what else comes down, and you guys are gonna head over to Alex, who's now in Mashatu.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And as you indulge in some birding there, we do have a nice quarry busted, and I just saw a very big bull giraffe top of this impala, and there are some water grounds. So I'm just going to make sure we do get the giraffe in frame because he was quite impressive. And we also have the second quarry busted there too. So let's just watch and see what goes on. But a rather big bull. And those impala don't seem to be too interested in hanging around with him. And we'll see how this quarry busted goes around having the giraffe here, because we actually had one the other day chasing the impala off. And it seems like this giraffe is quite intimidating. And that kind of slow prehistoric walk of the quarry busted as it decides it's maybe easier to get away from the giraffe right now. Just going to sit here and watch and just wait in anticipation, because this giraffe will drink, and I'm hoping that we get the quarry busted drinking as well in a second too. So fascinating. Both of these species are actually some of the most interesting to watch drink. Obviously the giraffe with that characteristic kind of curtsy, and it seems that there are actually three quarry busted around, but the quarry busted actually get almost in a 90-degree angle on its feet and then start to drink, and you'll see it actually sucking the water as opposed to spooning the water into its mouth. It's just something interesting to note, because they are one of the few birds that actually suck water as opposed to spoon it up. And you can see as that quarry busted just kind of sat down to drink. So they kind of get on their shins almost. They fold their knees and then form that 90-degree angle and then suck the water up. So it's quite interesting and very cool to see both the giraffe and the quarry busted drinking at the same time. Interesting just to make out the different poses that go on when they do drink. Hi, Jose. So it would obviously be birds with longer legs. You don't see ostrich doing that, though. They kind of dip in and then scoop water with their bills. So I do need to actually just give it some thought, but I'm thinking obviously the other bustards. So there's the Denhams, Ludwigs and that as well. We don't really get them in these areas. Possibly Quorhon. So I would think those would be the birds that do that, just because they've got longer legs. But what is interesting is that the Kori bustard, obviously, and I'm assuming that it is for most bustards, I do need to just double check that they will actually suck water in as opposed to scoop it in their bills and then swallow. So just an interesting thing to note. So I'm assuming it's birds of the same families. So, the Quorhons and the Kori and the other bustards that would drink it in this fashion. I haven't seen any of the other birds really doing that. And I mean, obviously, birds with longer limbs, storks, herons, the rest, those that are, obviously found in water, even cranes, they don't drink like this. So I hope that does give you an idea, Jose. Again, really cool just to spend some time with a nice big bull giraffe and the Kori bustard as well. And we can see that wallow in the back, and it doesn't seem that anyone's actually broken through and allowed any more of the dam water to get into there. So it has obviously got quite deep in the last few weeks. And I do think as it rains, obviously that will fill up and will allow others to wallow. So we will see them, and that is the warthog and probably the elephant, and in the area wallowing in probably different areas, using different areas to mud themselves. But we have also had the hyena here as well, and the hyena also likes spending time in the water around here, although it's not the most common thing to see. I've at least seen him twice, at least in the water here. So they are in the area. It was just good just to keep an ear out. They're kind of quite nonchalant when they do walk. So when the hyena do walk around, you kind of hear the shuffle going on. So where the grass is thick or the bush is quite thick, you can make out at night, at least, when hyena are coming towards you, because there's quite a characteristic sound, very bold, not really caring too much where they do walk. I will just track this giraffe a little second longer. And obviously when they do come to the water, we hear them kind of just, splashing right in and then literally just sitting in the water. Does seem that the controls are kind of not wanting to play ball with me, taking a little bit longer than I wanted to follow the giraffe. So it's quite characteristic, at least with the southern or Cape giraffe, the giraffe that we get here, the subspecies, is that as these bulls do get older, a lot of their skin and the pigment in their skin, the melanin, increases and they get quite dark. And it does lead towards age as well. So we do sometimes age giraffes and how dark they get in these areas as well. Almost seems to be ruminating more so than eating or browsing. But we've had quite a lot of giraffe around this morning, so it's been really cool. It's lovely to spend time with them. They have almost been suffering a silent extinction. So they are pretty endangered, and their numbers have been decreasing. And generally an indication of that is where birth rates are lower than death rates, meaning that the population is in decline. And we do get a number of different subspecies found throughout Western, Eastern, and obviously in Southern Africa as well. So each one of these are crucial. And it's very crucial that we are conserving our giraffe. So also in terms of the most endangered of those subspecies, it's probably the Kordofan or West African giraffe. Found obviously in Western Africa, up into the Sahel belt, so that being just below the Sahara as well. And they're a bit lighter in color. It's quite arid up there as well. But they are definitely the most endangered of the giraffe species. But as I said, all of them are suffering a decline in their population, so it's very crucial that we do have areas and habitat for giraffe and that they are conserved and really managed, and that their populations do increase. Just try and make sure we do spend a little bit of time with this bull. It does seem he's going to push off. You can just see him going through the thicket there. So sadly, I think that is the rest of this bull giraffe. So I'm going to just go back and see we haven't missed anyone else. There are quite a few qualia around. You can just see these little dots on the trees, those being the qualias, just hanging around. And they're always around here, or at least they have been of late. Little seed eaters and the most numerous bird species in the world. Just trying to get back, make sure we haven't missed anyone on the other side of the dam. We haven't really had a look yet. Always good to spend some time in Mashatu. There's always a lot of bird life going on. Always this constant chitter chatter throughout the day here. The other Kori bustard. There were a few wildebeest around as well earlier, along with the impala. We have this herd of impala that's here now. So, and the third Kori bustard. I think we'll just sit here, watch these Kori bustard and the impala drink, and see if anyone else decides to come through along any of the game paths that lead to the dam. She counted about 4 Kori bustards. So good to see them in numbers like this. So good just to sit here. Just want to give one last scan around, make sure no one else has snuck in. It was cool watching Corey Bustard and spending some time with them. So I'm just going to scan around here quickly. It really seems like everyone's kind of giving us a runaround at the moment. But as it does get hotter here, we definitely will see animals increase. And obviously we can't script when they do come through. We do just have to be patient at times. But we do have Corey Bustard here, and we will just enjoy some time with them, because when other animals are around, they kind of do hang back. And it's not every day you get to see Corey Bustard drinking either. So it's quite cool. Obviously there's that lone impala just under the thicket there, under the shade. Quite an interesting sight, just seeing Corey Bustard just sit like that. It's quite imposing as well. So it does seem that a few of these Corey Bustard have kind of had their full, or their drink at least. And then Impala doesn't seem to be too interested in moving from out of the shade. And talking about moving, it's probably time for us to head over and see what's happening in Djuma. So we're back with our giraffe in Djuma. It does seem that these guys have hung around for a bit this morning. It's really so cool just to spend time with giraffe. As we did allude to earlier, it's not all the time that we do get to spend more prolonged time with them, I suppose. So it's really cool that these guys have hung around and afforded us the opportunity just to watch them feed and graze, browse. So really just cool just to spend the time. You can hear some of the other cuckoos there. Really cool that the numbers of migratory birds are starting to pile up. It really does make for some interesting listening. So you would have just heard the Klaas's cuckoo just before that. Really a very pretty bird. And we will also start to hear the Diedrich's cuckoos as well. They're also very, very pretty. Lovely emerald greens. They do blend in, obviously, when the bush gets very thick. The bush does change and become almost like a jungle. So talking about birds, and with that crested barbet in the background now, it is time for us to go and see what birds Lauren has in Madikwe.
We just had a bit of a stressful situation at this site. We've spotted a lapwing chick. Only one so far. And a water monitor lizard, a very small one, a young one, but still a predator, was lurking around in the area. I think it was after the chick. But of course, if you know lapwings or blacksmith lapwings, you'll know how fiercely aggressive and territorial and protective they are. Oh, it's so lovely. This is a very young chick. Mum or dad is very close by, don't worry. We also found the crocodile. Don't worry, we're going to look at that in just a moment, but we just want to watch this chick for a little while. If there is only one chick, then sadly that means there has been a bit of devastation. Run, little one, run! Where are you going, though? Oh, you're going to Mom, aren't you? Mom's not really waiting for you, though. You know, if you're that size, threats lurk around every corner. Snakes, monitors, even bigger birds, raptors. I'm not sure the crocodile would really go for the chick, but you never know. I'm so glad we found that chick. What a sweet sighting. giraffes are moving off, but we found the crocodile, everyone. So in a moment, Darby's going to slowly pan the whole dam to show you the croc. I believe some of you may have seen it. I don't know how we missed it. But there we have our crocodile. Now this is the same croc that jumped on that kudu carcass, a sighting like I have never seen before. Doing absolutely nothing, which is exactly what a crocodile will do. But remarkable beings, really, when you think about how they have adapted and specialized in their environment. It's really quite remarkable. But what a lot of people don't realize about crocodiles is they mainly hunt fish. They eat fish. They're just opportunistic in every other way. Anything that comes by. I mean, you're pretty sedentary. You don't move too much. You're ectothermic. If anything presents itself as an opportunity at the dam, you're going to take it. Kathy Lee, not just yet. However, we did see our first leopard tortoise yesterday. It was very small and it was just walking across the road, which was lovely because I really love those animals. And of course, not only are they awesome within themselves, it signifies change, which is exactly what you're talking about, Kathy Lee. It does signify the seasons changing. We haven't had that much water here at Madikwe yet, but of course we have had a little bit of rain. So yes, I have seen one additional reptile, Kathy Lee, but that is it. Crocodiles don't count, water monitors don't count. But a lot of people have been seeing snakes here. A lot of juvenile Mozambican spitting cobras, which, don't want to bump into one, that's for sure, but to actually watch one and put one on camera would be really fascinating. Water boggies coming in. But yes, reptiles are really, we will start to see a lot more, I'm sure. One day we did have a ground agama for you, which I was very excited about. Something went wrong with the signal somewhere, so we didn't go live, but I'm really going to try before I go to get one on camera. You're used to seeing the tree agamas with the blue heads in Djuma, but I'm not sure many of you will ever have seen the ground agamas, so that's on my to-do list. I have a big to-do list. Get that water back. I'm gonna get old drink. It's sweet. Now, Davi and I will be leaving Madikwe in about 9 days, so it's going to be a busy time to try and show you the best things that we can show you. But do tell me, is there anything that you guys would like to see from Madikwe? Now remember, be relative to the area and realistic. Davi's thrown one out there. What would you like? Aardvark. And an aardwolf.
Yes.
Goodness, they're such mouthfuls. Okay, Davi's already put 2 on the table. Talk about pressure. Those are actually my 2 that I want to get for you. Aardvark and aardwolf. Aardwolf is the one for me because, of course, it is part of the hyena family. And that means I would have seen 3 species out of the 4 of the Hyaenidae. But what would you like to see? Anything from insects that you get here to antelopes. I'm desperate to put klipspringers on. Davi and I have seen a lot, but sadly, we've not won that battle yet. Or predators. I'm trying to think if we have still... we've still put a leopard on. We're working on it. You do get leopards here. And what else? Bird species. We could definitely expand on that. I have put some on camera for the first time for me, but I'm always keen to get new birds on camera. So please let us know if there is anything from Madikwe that you guys would still like to see. It's a magnificent bull. Nervous though. So we have impala, kudu, and waterbuck. And a spoonbill. Oh, Dobby, I see some beings that have got their water walk on. I wonder what species it could be. We've been waiting for the Ellies. And here they come. I don't think there's been a day at Madikwe where we have not seen Ellies, but every time, especially when they're coming to water, it just fills me with great excitement. I'm just going to sit quiet for a moment as we watch these Ellies come to the water hole. And it's just so wonderful. Finally, they have arrived. Look at them all. They're also dry as well. You can tell they've not been in the water yet. They might. It's actually not that hot today. Or maybe it's because Javi and I are not baking in the sun. We're actually under shade here on the deck. Maybe that's why it feels colder. Jackie's actually has an incredible hide here. You might see it when we pan, in case you wonder what it is. And it's an underwater hide. It's incredible. And Dobby and I are so very much in the planning of trying to go live from there. I don't know if anyone's ever gone live on Wild Earth from an underwater hide before, but we're trying. We're doing what they say in South Africa. We're making a plan. Sue, you'd like to see a Marshall eagle? Okay. Pretty sure we did see a Marshall the other day in flight. That might be possible. Would say the raptor density here is lower than the Sabi Sands. I love raptors. I think they are absolutely incredible and fascinating beings. But I would definitely say the diversity and the density isn't as high as the sort of Kruger region, but you definitely do get raptors. So Sue, I shall do my very best. It's a little bit tricky that we have a roof on the car to get any birds in flight, but if we see a Marshall eagle, we shall put it on for you. The Ellies always go here. I think it's a particularly delicious spot. They always come. Okay. Davi is currently shaking his head at the elephants because they have gone behind the bush. Here they come, Davi. You'll be glad to see. Many of you are loving Clo Deck, which actually means elephant deck, believe it or not. And yes, we shall do it again. We've done it once. And Davi and I are living at Jackie's Tree Lodge. A beautiful spot in the very east of Madikwe. Remember, Madikwe is huge. And we're in the eastern sector. And of course, this is a dam that is very much on our doorstep. And it's actually quite nice to be... Oh, the drama. It's actually nice to be static. We can't move. We're not in a vehicle. So this means that we literally have to wait until animals come down. And that's what Escape to Nature is all about, just waiting. What happens, happens. It's nature. And it's a really, really beautiful deck. We're going to try and go live from the hide one day if we can and give you a completely different perspective that you may have not watched before because you're eye level with all the animals. I may not be able to talk as much as I am right now, but we will try. Hopefully we can get that working. But this is just an incredible deck. Excuse me, everyone. Choked on my own words. The dam we normally go to, Jamala, is incredible, it's outstanding, but really it's dominated by elephants. And what's nice at Jackie's Dam, as you can see in the background, we have the water buck. Just off to the left, we have impala, we have the spoonbills weaving in and out of the elephants. The yellow-billed storks joined the party. All sorts of bird life. It's greener. It's just a different experience. So many dragonflies. I could not be happier. I adore dragonflies. Oh, my director was actually just thinking the same thought as me. Today, something very special is happening. And that is, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the naturalists will be competing for bingo. Now, I didn't realize how into it I would get, everyone. I got quite competitive. My birthday was only 2 days ago. Yes, I am a Libra. That means I am competitive. Madikwe didn't get much of a chance last time due to load shedding. Load shedding. But I've got my competitive energy on today. And we're going to win. Right, Dav? We are. But seriously, please do join us today. It's just a bit of healthy competition and fun. We are on drive every single day of our lives, it feels like, and it's just nice to have a different goal. And the goal is, of course, to get bingo. And I just know that there's going to be a lot of competition. Madikwe almost done it last time. We were just missing ostrich. And of course, the very next day we found the ostrich. So that is going to take place every Saturday afternoon in the PM safari until Christmas time. Stress. The pressure. But this would actually be a very good dam to play bingo from. We do have a bit of a plan for this afternoon, a bit of a surprise. But again, I'm not going to tell you what it is until it pans out. Yesterday, we weren't sure our Jack O'Dane was going to pan off. We weren't sure it was going to happen. We were sitting watching a very empty termite mound for a very long time. But it happened. And just like that, elephants have disappeared. Birds have disappeared. Waterbuck have gone, and so have the impala. Oh, I do see one waterbuck. Davey's been laughing at me, everyone, because I get very surprised that here, at this very part of Jackie's Dam, the waterbuck that we see every single day actually go in the dam and eat in the water. I've never seen that before. Not once did I see that in Djuma or Chitwa or Buffelshoek. But the waterbuck here, every day we see them walk right to the middle of the dam, and I'm always surprised. Davy, look. But he's not that surprised, I guess. Davy, have you seen the big collection of terrapins very close to the darter? If you go to the darter that's still on that tree, just to the left of it, there is a ginormous pile of terrapins. You see them? Okay, we're going to sit here, continue waiting to see what comes, but you guys are going to go back over to Alex and Okakoyo.
Thanks very much, Lauren. And we do have a large number of wildebeest coming down, as well as some kudu. So it seems that we are very busy here and in most of the dams today. Obviously in Madikwe, the action is really heating up. But really cool. I always love watching everything come through and approach the water holes. So it really, really is nice. So we'll just hang around and just watch these guys. It's quite cool just seeing this procession of game come down. So we are just going to let these guys approach. And you can just hear that morning dove. I love that sound. However, let's just wait and see, because the number of wildebeest and zebra coming down. We'll just wait for them to get down here to the water. Sometimes the wildebeest don't hang around for as long as what the zebra do. So nice just to see them in a nice big herd like this. So while everyone does hang around, I do think the zebra will hang around for a bit. But while we do wait for everyone to approach, there's quite a lot going on in Mashatu. So I'd like us to head across there and join in the party. So as you can see, it is definitely an elephant pool party here in Mashatu. You can quite clearly see that young calf playing in the water. And this is one of the first times I've actually seen them really get in. I've seen elephants swimming quite a bit here in Mashatu, but in this dam at least, probably the deepest I've seen one go. And I just want to make sure that we do keep everyone kind of in frame. We will come back to the rocks, but really just cool to see that one frolicking in the water like that. And you can see the warthog as well in the background.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Juma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
So the Ellies had a short-lived pool party, but it does seem that the warthog are back and wallowing. And I'm kind of hoping they do tunnel through a little bit towards that other big wallow that was created. And I thought that they might have done that already, but it doesn't seem that that is the case, because that would have allowed more water obviously to get in there and to be quite a bit more active. It seems that it's kind of almost blocked off. So from where they are right now, just towards the left, that big divot that's there has been created from both the warthog and the elephant wallowing in there. But it seems that the sediment is built up and the water can't get through there anymore. So I was hoping that someone would kind of moat their way through and would allow some water to get back in there. I'm not too sure, obviously, if there is water in the bottom. There very well could be. I just can't see it from here. I was saying, as soon as it does start to rain as well, we can expect that also to obviously get a bit bigger and these animals also to continue wallowing. That always cool. The warthog really do enjoy themselves. So it seems that everyone's kind of giving up in wallowing and drinking at the moment. There will definitely be numbers of other species and animals coming through, and we will keep an eye out. But I do just want to take us back to watch a lovely herd of zebra up in Okakuyo. So, as I was saying, I didn't think that the wildebeest here were going to hang around for too long, and they haven't. can hear the acacia pie barbet, but we do have the zebra and springbok, some other wildebeest and gemsbok right here in here. Everyone seems to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. And what's interesting is that the springbok seems to have found out where the elephant like to drink, and that's right there where the spring or borehole pops out and feeds this dam. So that's obviously the freshest water. And other than the elephant, this is the first time I've seen anything else drinking from that source. So just cool to note. Right, I'm just going to zoom in here and we can have a close look at the gemsbok and the wildebeest. It's really quite cool watching how deep the gemsbok go here, and these wildebeest also seem to be quite relaxed. Venturing in quite a bit further. Clearly not enjoying the interaction with the gemsbok there. It has seemed to be quite a relaxing morning, at least here in Okakuyo. Everyone seems to be quite happy to let everyone else drink and for themselves to get quite deep in as well. So it seems that everyone else here is slowly starting to move, and it does sound like we probably have a maintenance vehicle coming through. So as we do escape to nature, it's probably best that we don't have to listen to that. I'm just going to see if it does approach. Really a nice herd of wildebeest around at the moment. Alrighty, so it does seem like the wildebeest are going to move off, but we are very lucky. There's quite a bit going on in Djuma, so we're going to head off to the Lowveld. Fantastic. So here we are with something different. We haven't actually seen Inyala, or at least I haven't seen the Inyala for a couple of days. So really cool just to get a view again. hear the water thickness as well. So really just quite cool. Nice female Inyala. And if there is a bull around, we will be able to notice the sexual dimorphism. And they are the most sexual dimorphic, meaning that the males differ so much from these females, and that's in terms of their coloration, size, their beards or manes really. So I would like to just see if there is one around, but it doesn't seem that. They are generally quite close. But in any case, good just to see these Inyala. Nice to see them here on the water's edge. So good just to spend some time, and we'll just do exactly that. Spend some time with these Inyala. Well, they are out in the open. They do like hiding in the thickets as well. Obviously, I think with it being a bit overcast here, they are happier also to be out and taking on this nice green vegetation right on the water's edge. And a lovely hoopoe calling in the background too. They always seem so graceful, these antelope, and it's so great just to see them so relaxed. And again, out in the open and quite close to us, so really cool just to be able to take the opportunity just to sit and watch them graze. They do obviously browse quite a bit as well, but obviously with good nutrients and nice tasting shoots here on the shoreline, the dam. This is obviously a area of interest. Clearly quite tasty. So interesting to see how much bigger their ears are. Their ears are really huge. And long tails, long bushy tails also on these Inyala. It's not uncommon to see them in numbers like this, and even in larger numbers too in some areas. And what's really cool is when you do see the bulls kind of get into that mating dance of theirs. They kind of check each other out. They don't lose eye contact, but their heads face right down and their manes point right up. And it's quite a graceful kind of almost ballet that they get into before then truly deciding who is the boss or who holds the mating rights and is the most dominant male. It's a cool thing that they get up to. can also just see that red-billed oxpecker having a drink. It's not often that we get to see oxpeckers drinking either, so just quite cool. You can see with that yellow eye as well. Very, very cool. Just a point of interest, and it's really nice to be able to showcase some birds here and there, because they do often just fly off when you are just wanting to talk about them, just like that. Just want to make sure we don't miss out on any of the action here with these Inyala. So they do look like they're spreading out a little bit. So just want to zoom out, and then we'll make sure we do just sit with a few of them. They do look like something's piqued their interest. We'll also just keep tabs on that for a second too. So it seems like they're a little bit alerted to something. I'm not too sure what it is. It definitely seems that they are up and alert. And all four of them are having or casting an eye at least. It probably will change. I'll probably go back to grazing in a second or so, but just something seems to have disturbed that. Who knows what may be in the drainage line. You can also hear the arrow mark babblers. Does seem that whatever was there that piqued their interest isn't that much of a worry. The color definitely does make them stand out in the open. Penny. That nice russety red color. And as I was saying, them and the males differ so much. And in the antelope world, they are the most sexually dimorphic of the antelope, meaning that they differ so much in their looks. What's also interesting is that each of those patterns are unique to that Inyala, much like our fingerprints are unique to ourselves. So no Inyala has the same pattern. We've got some greenback wood hoopoes as well calling, as well as the other hoopoo. So it does seem like our Inyala are quite immersed and looking in what might be down in the drainage line. But talking of immersion, this is an immersive and live experience. And please do send through any of your questions, comments, things you might notice, points of interest you would like to chat about. We love to answer your questions. We love to interact. So please do send through anything else that you wish to know about. Also have an emerald spotted wood dove calling. You can just see these Inyala's ears pinning around, almost like radars, kind of trying to pick up on what is going on. So cool just to watch and see how they pick up on their surroundings and what might be going on. And how cautious they seem to be. So we're just going to watch them and just see how this all pans out. It's also nice just to listen to the different birds that are around at the moment too. Does seem like these Inyala are kind of making their way also through to this thicket that goes into the drainage line, just through all this Guaribos and African wattle. We're just going to hang around, just see where they do go. I do hope they come a bit closer as well. It's really nice to spend time with Inyala, one of the more regal of the antelope, at least in my opinion. So we'll just see. I do think they're going to slowly push off, but let's just watch and wait and see, because I haven't seen them for a while. And it's nice to catch up with different antelope and things that are around, at least while we have the opportunity. Slowly off into the yonder, the Inyala seem to be meandering off into. I do just want to have one little quick scan around to make sure we haven't left anyone else out. Because why shouldn't anyone else have the opportunity for some screen time? It's been quite a busy morning, at least in Djuma. We've had Inyala, giraffe, elephant. Just have a last glimpse of our Inyala. Okay, I do just want to have one last have a look around here. Just see if no one else is on the dam. or in any of the wallows. Okay, well, let's get a last glimpse of our Inyala while they disappear off into the vegetation and thickets. It doesn't seem that Dewey's around either today. There go our Inyala girls. And just behind the Guaribos they go. It's amazing how quick they can vanish and just disappear. So our Inyala friends have left us, and in saying that, it's time to leave Djuma and head over to Lauren and see what she's got in Madikwe.
Water. I love that. A mini river crossing. Of course, the vegetation around a water body or even within a water body is going to be so nutritious, delicious, and very palatable, especially during drier times. So that's naturally what's attracting the water bug to go into the dam. And the crocodile is actually always on the other side from what I've seen so far. He seems to have disappeared. So maybe this is a safe side. That was a very big leap.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these Rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
It has gone a bit quiet at Jackie's Dam, which is of course entirely normal for a waterhole. I'm just scanning with my own binos just to see if I can see anything happening. You got a monitor? A water monitor? Aha, maybe it's the one we were looking at earlier.
Andrew here.
Darby, you're going to have to show me where you're looking, I'm afraid. Cheryl B, you're asking what has caused the trees to be cut down. I don't know what trees have been cut down, but I'm guessing you're looking at the damage from the elephants. I don't have a monitor, so it's just a little bit tricky to see what you're seeing, but any tree that you do see here will absolutely categorically not be cut down. We're in a very managed reserve where no one would cut down a tree. Trees are completely important to the ecosystem here. And if you do see a tree pushed over or broken or snapped or looking like it's not doing too well, it is most likely the elephants. Oh, look, the impala and waterbuck are back. They've done a complete circle of the dam. Elephants are notorious for pushing over trees, and I think they just enjoy it. They enjoy using their strength. But if that's what you are referring to, Cheryl B, I assume it will be the elephants. But elephants are creators and not destroyers, and what we do have to understand is that it's very much part of an ecosystem that elephants do it. It's hard to get your head around, but to sorry, I've completely lost my train of thought now. To us, we are looking at the environment from a very aesthetically pleasing element. So we are looking at it thinking all the trees should be upright at the perfect angle and nice and full with leaves. But maybe for an ecosystem to function properly with elephants in it, the trees need to be pushed over. It actually provides a large amount of benefits when elephants do that. Now, obviously, if they did that to every single tree, that would probably be problematic. But as a whole, what it does is that by pushing a tree over, it's actually allowing for browse that was normally completely inaccessible for many of the ground-dwelling animals to then be accessible to them. So by pushing it over, all the antelopes and all the browsers can then get the leaves that they would have never have eaten before. It becomes accessible for them. A fallen over tree also sort of creates a microhabitat for the breeding and survival of many ground species, from rodents to reptiles and small little mammals. That's where they hide, that's where they breed, that's where they create their little safety spots. And also fruit. If the tree is fruiting, any fruit that is normally completely inaccessible, just like the leaves to the ground animal, by it being knocked over, it can become accessible. So there are sort of benefits to trees being pushed over. Sorry, not benefits. I'm going to take back that word and say positive ecological repercussions instead of benefit. I think that's the wrong word to use. But I think very much elephants' role in an ecosystem is to push over trees, and that's why they are creators and not destroyers. They're creating a different type of landscape. I can hear an airplane going overhead. You can hear a flight going overhead, but once that passes by, the birds are in full swing, and we're back to a busy water body. Impala, waterbuck. Oh, zebra. Every time I turn my head between the two dams, there's a new animal. But we are just going to take this moment to just sit and appreciate and listen once that flight disappears to all the sound around us. Isn't it so peaceful? Once you stop hearing the flight, you can actually listen to all the natural sounds. Just throwing this out there, but when we talk about the carrying capacity of an ecosystem, it is an, an ecology term, but it's decided by humans. And choice of what a landscape should look like, just going back to the elephants, is often related to historical perspectives and what we as individual humans perceive to be aesthetic. We like all our trees standing upright and everything looking full and lush and healthy. Great. But is that what an ecosystem is supposed to look like? Or is that what an ecosystem is supposed to look like according to us? Because we are very visual beings. So we may view an area as heavily impacted by elephants, but maybe it's still a fully functioning ecosystem and it's actually functioning way better than it did before. So we think, oh my goodness, it's heavily impacted and it's degraded and the elephants are pushed over the trees, but maybe I'm just playing the devil's advocate. Maybe that's what it's meant to be like. So when we say the carrying capacity, it's probably better that we say the aesthetic carrying capacity sometimes, where we believe there should be fewer elephants than the ecological carrying capacity. Just throwing that out there. I read that recently and I thought, that's fascinating. Are we really the ones who decides the ecological carrying capacity of an ecosystem? We use numbers, we use calculations and figures. Yes, but do we really know when an ecosystem is functioning at its best? Yes, we have a lot of knowledge, but sometimes we view elephants as destructive. But that's not always the case. Okay, but we're definitely going to continue to sit here. We're not going to go anywhere. But for now, we're going to send you over to Alex, who's now in Djuma.
bull Inyala, and we can actually now note the sexual dimorphism between the bulls and the females. And very interestingly enough, just before we turned in here, he was actually burying his head and horns in the mud, which you can make out just on the tips there, and it's not uncommon for them to do this, and even into this vegetation that he is eating right now. So just great to spend time and just see him doing this, and even to note that as well, because it's not uncommon for the bulls to kind of clay up their horns, if you want to call it that. They do rub their faces and horns into the mud. They do kind of clad it up like that as well. So just cool to see. Maybe if I go a little bit closer, we might be able to make it out better. It's a bit windy, so I will come back out again because I don't want us to have a shaky frame. But really cool to get to spend time with it. Nice bull as well, and you can also make out that mane that runs along his back, and also that front beard of his, and this sticks up when they do get into that courting kind of ballet dance for mating rights and dominance as well. It's a very cool thing to see, to watch the Inyala dance. And obviously this can happen at any time of the year. They don't have a set breeding period. However, there probably is a correlation with summer and the rainy season and births. It doesn't mean to say that they can't have lambs throughout. So it's quite cool just watching this Inyala and hearing that lovely African hoopoe calling in the background. And talking of hoopoes and birds, if you have any birds that you would like to see or hear while we are on air on any of the other shows, please do send through those. We will obviously try and make an effort to find those for you. And we obviously will call them out too when we do hear them. So lovely African hoopoe calling. I did just hear a white-bellied sunbird too. So if you do have any birds that you'd like to see or hear, please do let us know, and we'll obviously make an effort to try and find those for you. So really cool just to be able to spend time with this lovely Inyala bull. I'm also really quite happy I get to show you that we can see that mud on the horns and the rest. So really, really cool just to be able to show you that that indeed is what happens, and it's not uncommon for them to do that. It's something that the bulls practice quite a bit, just digging their heads and horns into that mud and sand. thoroughly enjoying spending our time with this lovely bull. Really just cool to see him right here this close on the water. So sometimes also just because of this mudding on their horns, it's normally to do as a display of strength, sometimes even make their horns look bigger than they actually are. So it obviously does make them a little bit more imposing. And sometimes if this one is, say, the more dominant Inyala in the area, or bull, this will also be done just to intimidate the other bulls that might be in the area, thinking that they might get mating rights with those females we just saw walk off. So definitely has a purpose, and the purpose is more often than not intimidatory. So basically to intimidate other bulls that might be in the other area, or in the area or surrounds.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
So it does seem like this Inyala is probably going to cut down into the drainage line and disappear out of sight. And as he does kind of move on and we listen to those oxpeckers flying around, it's probably time for us to fly off to Okakuyo and see what's going on there, because the action is heating up a little bit. And we are obviously going to lose sight of our Inyala bull now. Lots going on as always here. Always a plethora of different species and animals around. Lots of springbok at the moment, some gemsbok. Zebra moving off. And you can hear that morning dove. Lovely sound. So I'm going to just zoom in here. And that European bee-eater too. And we can just see and watch as the animals drink. I do think these zebra are going to start to approach as well. So it'll be quite cool just watching from the side too. So we're just going to sit here and enjoy some of the views. And hopefully some of these zebra coming through. But really quite a bit going on here in Okukuya. Lots of zebra coming through, gemsbok coming in and out, and there's always lots of springbok too. Really, zebras in their droves. Really, really awesome watching them come through like this. always fascinates me when they come down like this, because someone will get a fright and they will all run off. At least that's what normally happens, but looks like that might start to happen right now. Hi, Sipo, and it's really quite fascinating how gemsbok do that. They have the ability to raise their body temperature up around 40 odd degrees or so when it is really hot, and obviously cool down at night. But they also have a series of blood vessels that run throughout their noses. It's an evolutionary trait that they've obviously adapted over time, and these blood vessels allow them to move their blood and cool their heads and their brains down. So they actually stem from their snout, almost going to run around that head of theirs, as well as their coloration too assists and aids in their ability to handle heat and high temperatures. They are obviously arid adapted, so there are times when they actually can go for a period of time without water, and they will get or receive the moisture that they need from the food that they eat. So these are just a few of the adaptations that they have to be able to withstand heat. It does look like our party of zebra is heading off, but talking about another party, our elephants are back in Mshatu, and it's time to go and join in and see what they're up to. So great to join Ellie's as they come through, get into the water, start to drink. So we might see one or two of those smaller calves get into the water. Good luck, like one or two of them are quite keen in doing exactly that, but there might even be some mud spraying going on just now as well. And it looks like that Ellie is coming straight towards a borehole or a spring pump, because that is where the fresher water is. So dipping her trunk right in there, teaching the youngsters as well that that is where the fresher water is. So cool just to be able to spend some time. Quite awesome watching this youngster over there. I'm not too sure what it was doing, but definitely having a good time and playing. It's quite interesting with that other wallow not really being in use or being less of use. They do kind of like to come this side, and there's another little area that they do splash themselves with mud and the rest. And this might get a bit more attention now. I'm going to try and zoom out and then just come down again. Just make sure that we do get to watch this because it's pretty close to us. And very nice to watch Ellie's playing with mud and water. Hi Kathy Lee. For me, it was highlights have definitely been the black rhino up in Okakuyo. Well, it's also been fun and cool to see the hyena here in Mashatu. Good Ellie numbers. Nice to see the banded mongoose as well at some point. The slender mongoose in Juma the other day was also quite cool. That lovely herd of buffalo we had a week or so back as well in Juma, that was also fantastic. And it's great always to see the elephant playing in the mud and wallowing as well. I suppose those are some of my highlights of the dam cams, at least so far. Seems this calf is quite adamant in sticking its face into the ground. Quite entertaining as well. Really so awesome. Always great watching elephant calves get up to things, figure out how life and the real world works, or the real world for them at least. So innocent. Lovely scenes right now in Mashatu. So just going to hang here with the Ellies, just appreciate that they are actually so close to us. So really quite fortunate today to have the Ellies right here in this mud wallow. You can see really getting stuck into it at the moment before they head off into the afternoon heat. And the young calf also obviously just getting really involved in there. We're just going to hang here, just make sure we enjoy this experience as much as they are. So our Ellies have left us here in the mud, in the lurch. I do just on a mission across. They are just there in the shade, but won't be the nicest viewing. So it does look like the party is over for this moment in time. And with that being said, I think it's time for us to go and see, although there are some zebra there, time for us to see what is happening at Djuma. So it really has been quite the morning. We've had lots going on all over the show, and fantastic that we now get to show you a baboon. It's taking its time. It does look to be like a young male, I think. And obviously where there's one baboon, there are normally quite a few. So it's great that we also get to get a nice close-up as well. They are really, really cool. And there actually used to be quite a famous troop of baboon around here called the Gowrie Gang. And a good friend of mine actually followed and was integrated into them after about 12 years, Graham Cook. And he learnt and knew all of the dynamics of this in particular troop, although I don't think it is anymore. However, the Gowrie Gang, very famous troop of baboon that does come from this area. And Graham did spend around 12 years documenting and walking with them and seeing how they went about their lives. And at one point in time, he actually was able to lead the troop. So there was some inner conflict and turmoil that went on and happened. and the troop actually came to him, and he became their leader for a day or so. A very fascinating story, but the page still is on Facebook. If you look at the Gari Gang on Facebook, that is the trooper baboon that was here, that was followed by Graham. Fascinating dynamics, always, and in different areas too. Sabi Sands obviously have their own dynamics, as opposed to that in Mashatu, and even those down in Amakhala or Karika as well. It looks like this baboon is also moving along. I will try and find it. Just keep an idea, obviously, with camping right there. I'm sure it just probably had the idea to look and see if there was anything in the rooms, and please just bear with me because the camera does have to go back around this tree, and I do think the baboon might come this side, but I can't be 100% sure. Otherwise, probably run off to the other side. But really cool to spend some time with baboons. Nice to see them in other locations. We have otherwise only seen them up in Mashatu, and you will get them in Madikwe as well, where Lauren is. And I do think we are sadly a bit unfortunate because that baboon will have just gone right behind us, but was here drinking. So very cool to see. I'm surprised we can't hear or see any of the others. It will definitely be in a troop, so they must be around too. How far, I'm not too sure. I'm just going to have a look around. It doesn't seem like anyone is on this side. I suppose while we are here, let us go and have a look and see who's on the water. I haven't seen the geese today, or the jacana actually, so we will just have a look. While we have a break, at least in some of the action, we might as well look for some birds. There we go. Looks like that is one of the goslings. Where is the rest of its family? So one of those young Egyptian geese. You can see it's starting almost to get ready to molt and get its first set of feathers, and the rest is changing color too. So definitely far bigger than they were a couple of weeks ago. And these geese have done very well to keep their brood. Ones in Mashatu have kind of lost it, and I haven't seen or even heard the geese there today. And there was just one gosling left, which is far smaller than this. And I'm not too sure if it has actually made it, so we'll keep a tab on that as well this afternoon. But let's just make sure we haven't missed any of the other waterfowl that are around. Let me just zoom out a little bit. There's one of the parents, some of the other goslings just up there. So we've got 3 so far, 4, I think. Yeah, 4. 4, that makes sense. And possibly 5 just behind that little mound there, and I don't know where the other adult is, so we'll keep a tab out for that. And we will just have a look and see if there is anything else. We've had some good stalks around as well lately. So who knows who might be present. Oops, there's something. I think it's a little plover. No, blacksmith lapwing. Coloration just got me there. So good to see those. And just bear with me because sometimes birding can be exactly like this, a little tricky. Sometimes onerous too, but our baboon gave us the slip, which is not uncommon. And it seems that that is who's at the dam currently. And obviously no sight of Dewey yet today. So now that the baboon's given us the slip, it's time for us to slip away and see what Lauren is up to in Madikwe.
Oh, hello. We are still at Jackie's, of course. We haven't moved any. And it has gone a bit quiet. But just moments ago, a crocodile attacked the water buck. It happened so quickly, we were even shocked. But a poor little water buck, a youngster, the crocodile just launched and actually got its leg. I couldn't even believe my eyes. But the water buck is over there. It was limping for a long time, but then I saw it start to put weight on that leg. I don't know if I'll be able to see the particular youngster from here, but it is bleeding, but I think it will be fine. In shock, that's for sure. It just shows you how opportunistic crocodiles really are. Yasmin, I really couldn't answer that question, I'm afraid. I don't know. I don't know if it is the same chemical between waterbuck and ducks. Obviously, ducks are birds, so they keep their feathers nice and waterproof. But this is not waterproof, essentially, but when they are in the water, to keep them nice and pristine and rigid and healthy and bacteria-free, they do produce an oil, as you know, and waterbuck do secrete an oil. I'm going to guess they may have similar chemical properties, but Yasmin, I'm really sorry, I don't have that information, I'm afraid. It could be similar in the chemical composition, but unfortunately, I don't know. Waterbucks being mammals and ducks being birds, there may be an overlap of the chemical composition, but it may not be that entirely similar. The function, if you think of the function of the oil, I already mentioned why ducks have the sort of coating on their feathers, but for waterbuck, it actually gives them a really bad reputation of being smelly and unpalatable. And I've heard a lot of people say over my time that predators will not eat waterbuck because of the smelly odor. It makes them unpalatable. This is categorically not true. I've seen plenty of predators eat waterbuck, fresh and putrid carcasses. However, the oil is said to smell very musky and maybe not so pleasant to some, but it is secreted on glands found in the skin. And therefore, mammal skin and bird feathers are going to differ quite substantially. When you think about their functions, probably similar chemical composition, but definitely 100% not the same. Yes, it's a big bull. You can see his dark patches. Most likely very dominant, which means he'll spend a lot of time alone. Aren't you beautiful? Scanning the water's edge for danger, and that's exactly where the danger does lie, remember. But not at this side of the dam. Apparently there is a smaller crocodile at this side, but the bigger one that did just attack the water buck was on the other side, and from what I can see, the two dams are not joined at the moment. But still, better be safe than sorry. There we go. I'm gonna take a drink. Ruth, giraffes are found scattered through sort of sub-Saharan Africa, if you like. And I guess the ideal, it's a really tricky question to get specific about, but I guess the ideal habitat for a giraffe is your sort of semi-arid savanna and savanna woodlands that you do find throughout Africa. That's possibly the ideal habitat, but that doesn't mean you won't find them in other habitats. And it's interesting, giraffes were always thought to just be one species. And even if you go on the IUCN Red List, which is a tool I use a lot, it's maybe not 100% accurate in terms of numbers and figures, because of course, how do you get that level of accuracy? But it still only lists giraffes as one species, which I find really fascinating because that's not the case. It's recent science as well, but there are completely lost my voice there. There are now said to be 4 distinct species of giraffe and about 9 different subspecies. So with that, Ruth, you'll find that species are obviously separated genetically. The southern, the Maasai, the reticulated, and the northern. But with the subspecies, they've adapted a little bit more to their habitat, to their geographical region. But they're not genetically distinct. So you may find that they do thrive within different habitats. And in order to sort of separate those 4 species, I love that backsplash. It just means that over millions of years, those 4 species that I just mentioned have not met, crossbred, or exchanged any genetic material or any DNA for millions of years, and that's how they are classified as those 4 species. Hilda, I know, it's very green at this dam. It gives it a completely different sort of look and feel to the other dams that we have spent time in. And to be honest, I think this is the greenest that we have actually shown you so far. It makes it look like we're in a different season to what we're actually in. But it is lovely, and that's why I think this dam is so heavily populated with different species. I feel this giraffe here has really unique facial markings. I don't know if it's just me, he's got a very beautiful face. And just like most animals with markings, no 2 individuals will be the same. And that's great for us from a very human perspective because, of course, you can identify the individuals and start to follow them. It's not just those with obvious markings. Your leopards, your giraffes, even zebra. You can actually identify patterns throughout the animal kingdom as long as those markings don't change from juvenile into adult. You will find that you can identify whale sharks. They've got a specialized area of the body that you can pick out a pattern. You can identify turtles. I spent 8 years identifying turtles. You'd be surprised at how easy it actually is. And various different sharks, tiger sharks, any kind of animal that has a specific marking that is unique to that individual and it doesn't change throughout its lifetime at any point, then you can identify it. You can conclusively say that it's the same individual. Nadia, no, I haven't. I haven't really been looking. Oh, I'd have to get my binos out and start spotting for that one. You can try. It went with mom, or I guess it could have been dad. in between the sort of thickets there in the middle of the dam. So I don't actually know where it went after that. There's been too many other things happening. I am scanning for you now though, Nadia, and they're very camouflage. They're obviously not that striking black and white with grey that Mom and Dad are. If anyone's going to spot it, it's going to be Tavi. Oh, Tavi, I see a huge monitor lizard. Let me just see if you're going to be able to see him.
Whereabouts?
I was just looking at a huge monitor lizard. But it has just gone into the thicket, I'm afraid. I don't think you're going to get a view, Tavi. We'll need to keep our eye out for that one because it was in the exact same area as the lapwing chick. But we are just going to sit here and just listen for a while. Sometimes on safari you forget to just listen. And the sounds around us right now are wonderful. So let's just take a moment to do just that. Isn't it just so peaceful? Just sitting here listening to all the birds around you. Mr. Giraffe is walking away, which means that we don't really have anything else left at the dam other than the birds. Do you see the storks and the spoonbills hunting together over there, Tavi? It's like they're racing. One got a fish, one got a huge fish. Because they're all trying to disturb the sediment at the same time. It's the yellow-billed storks and the spoonbills. Isn't that fascinating? Oh, there's a monitor, Davi, right in front of the storks at the water's edge. You see it? Water monitor, that's a big one. Don't look like much, but I can assure you they are ferocious predators. I'm just laughing at these birds. They're going so fast. Joe, you're asking about water monitors. Sadly, I do think it has disappeared. But yes, they do to an extent. So they have a bit of a sort of dual lifestyle, if you like, in the fact that they do spend time on land as well as in the water. So their main power in the water is actually their powerful tail. It's extremely long, muscular, and even packed with fat. So that's really what's going to get them through the water. They just need to move their tail from side to side, and it's going to propel them from one side to the other. That's the tool. But the hind feet are slightly webbed, not massively, but slightly, also to assist them when they are swimming. They can kick their back legs and it will get them places. But their front will have really sharp claws, and that's because they are diggers as well. They do need to dig to lay their eggs and also just to move about on land. So they've got to be able to navigate through water as well as have traction on land. So they've got a bit of a mixture of both when it comes to their anatomy. But don't forget to send in all your questions and comments, everyone. That is why we are here. I thoroughly hope you have enjoyed the morning stroke going into afternoon on the deck. It's not over yet, but you can, of course, send us anything that you would like to know. Now we've got the kurus here. Zebras off in the distance are not here yet, but very shortly they will be at the water's edge. Non-stop. Yanis, I'm glad to hear that. You said it's most relaxing and enjoyable. And that's what it's supposed to be. Escape to nature is a different pace from sunrise safari and sunset safari. We're not tracking and pulling out our hair trying to find animals. We're literally just sitting waiting for the animals to come to us. It's a little bit more of an immersive experience where we listen, we look, we feel, which you can do on the other safaris too, but this is just a little bit more of a different pace, so I'm glad to hear that, Yanis. Just like that Alice through the looking glass quote, where she's just running, but the world is perpetually running with her. And that's sort of the world we live in, when we're just sometimes moving too fast, even on safari, because we're desperate to show you the beauty and the things that we want to show you and get that sighting and find that animal. I've seen all of my wonderful colleagues pull their hair out, from Tristan to James. Well, James doesn't have any hair, but you know, all of them, Jamie, all pull out our hair because we're trying really hard to just deliver. And at least sometimes you just have to learn to stop, breathe, take everything in, because even if it is quiet around a waterhole, there actually is always something happening. Even if it's the tiniest thing that you may normally overlook, there is always something happening. You've just got to find it. You've got to tune into nature sometimes. Humans have become so separated from it. And that's why it's nice to just stop and listen. And I'll never forget that exercise I did on Safari Guide of the Year at Marataba 2 years ago. We were all made to sit on the safari vehicle and put a blindfold on. One of the guides who was being assessed did the whole game drive with his guests, every single one of them being completely blindfolded. And therefore that became a really immersive experience, and I am always talking about the senses, and well, I do nowadays, and at least with that one you really couldn't see. There was no choice, so you had to rely on your nose and your sense of smell, and can you smell the animal nearby, and of course your ears. You had to listen to not only what the guide was saying and what the guide is describing to you, but also all the sounds around you. And we're not all great listeners. We think we are, but we're not. So that really forced you to try and imagine what you're seeing. And of course, it was all down to the guide as well. And that was what he was being assessed on. His ability to be able to provide you and give you an immersive experience while you cannot see. And of course, many guides do get guests that cannot see, so you have to sort of really become that guide that isn't just racing around sightings to show you the cats or the dogs. You have to become that guide that is able to tune into everything. The buzzing of insects, the splashing of water, the smell of must. And it was a really great exercise, and I remember, I think last year I did it with you all. So before I leave from this very deck, we will do it again. I'll blindfold all of you. I can't force you, but I can ask you to. We'll also blindfold Davi, and we'll just lock the camera in one position, so there'll be no movement, and it will be my job to try and provide an immersive experience for you at Jackie's Dam. So we shall do that before I leave Madikwe. It was a really wonderful exercise. I think we were all blown away at how you still can enjoy a game drive without seeing. Jason, absolutely. It really was. I could never have imagined how I would feel during that experience without experiencing it. And it was the assessors that made the guides do it to us all. But it just also reminds me how we are so visual as humans that you need to sometimes tune into your other senses. It's good to actually just blindfold yourself in nature for a while. If you're sitting by a dam or a lake, or you're in the bush, or you're just in the forest, just do it. You might look crazy, but that's okay. The best ones are always crazy. And just tune into your ears, sort of train your ears to become heightened to that moment, or your nose, or your sense of smell. We used to play those games when we were younger. My mom would blindfold both me and my brother, and we had to taste items, silly things like Old English mustard or beetroot or pickle, different cheesies. And it was so difficult to actually guess what you were eating once you were blindfolded. And it was a really stimulating game to experience when we were younger. Right? Tuning into your different senses, mixing it up a little bit. Trying to imagine just for a moment what it's like to live in the umveld of another species, using completely different sensory apparatus to us. What a wonderful moment that was around Jackie's Dam. There's always so much happening. But as we sit and wait for other animals to come down for a drink, we are now going to send you over to Alex, who's in Okokoyo.
Thanks, Lauren. And we are really inundated with springbok at the moment. Huge numbers of them right here.
It's that time of the year filled with tricking and treats. Join Wild Earth and hang on to your seats. There'll be creepers and crawlies to thrill and delight. We're looking at what keeps you up at night. So come take a peek at what we've got in store. Turn out the lights and lock up your door. It's a spooky safari coming to your screen. Come one and come all to Wild Earth's Halloween.
So, obviously, without springbok having a set rut or breeding season, it does obviously mean that they can give birth throughout the year, although they will lamb when conditions are most favorable, and that obviously would be now or coming into now, the rainy seasons where there's a lot more food. So it's a lot easier to make milk for those lambs to get healthy as well. So there is a peak, but they can drop lambs at any time of the year. Really quite fascinating watching them get so deep. Not that this is the deepest dam, but they do really venture in quite deep for themselves. It's really quite cool just watching them mill about like this. Really down in huge numbers now, and we did have huge numbers of zebra around earlier as well, but great to see the springbok really turning out for us today. And obviously there are 3 subspecies of the springbok, so one that is found around Angola in these parts, the Kalahari one, and the springbok from the Karoo areas into the Eastern Cape, which we will see in Amakhala and Kariga. And these I am thinking are more of that Angolan race, just because we are a bit closer to there, and obviously more central and a bit south of here we would get the Kalahari springbok, which is noted to be the biggest. Obviously not by much, but it is noted to be bigger at least than the Karoo springbok, so that just being taller. And they're obviously very quick antelope as well. You can hit speeds of around 88 kilometers per hour. They really can move. Great to see these gemsbok around as well. Those markings on their faces are really, really pretty. So it's really been great to spend all this time with this amount of springbok and get a nice view of these gemsbok now as well. But Lauren has quite a bit of action happening on her end, so we're going to jump back to her in Madikwe.
Action, I must say. Look at this. Happy feet all around. Oof. At least they're not hiding behind the bushes this time, Davi. And it's the exact same elephant pathway they used, the other herd used. I'm pretty sure this is a different herd. There are a lot more youngsters in this one. Oh. I just imagine if you were sitting in that hide. and they're all going to go to their favorite spot. I don't know what secret ingredient is there, but there's something. They love it there. There's maybe not 10 out of 10 views, but at least you can listen. You can hear the happiness. I know sometimes we can't even get home in the evening because this entire area is just filled with elephants. Roadblock beyond belief. I'm not complaining though. That's a traffic jam I will accept. Betsy, absolutely. I think I can agree with you on that. Nothing better than muddy elephants. Maybe if a brown hyena was here too, but I do agree with you. The elephant sightings that we've had at Madikwe have just been absolutely phenomenal. It hasn't brightened up too much today. I wouldn't say it's the brightest of days, but it's sticky, it's muggy, it's hot, it's uncomfortable. So you can only imagine the joy that the elephants are feeling. They always utilize the whole dam here. They start at one side and then they slowly move themselves along. I didn't do too well on my birding today. I got very distracted by everything else that came down to the waterhole. It's been busy. But we did get the darter, the first one at Madikwe, who is still sitting in the exact same spot. Can you believe it? Unfortunately, you may not see us again because of a wonderful thing called load shedding, but it has been the most spectacular morning here at Jackie's Dam. All the animals that came down, it was definitely worth it, and I can promise you we will go live again from Clo Deck in the next few days. So as Team Madikwe say goodbye, we are going to send you over to Alex in Okokoyo.
Thanks, Lauren. Really fantastic morning in Madikwe and across all the locations so far. And great to just spend time with our springbok again. We are waiting for some of the other species to come through, and we do have some nice kudu around as well. And I'm waiting for some of the elephant to get through as well. Obviously, the elephant in this area noted to be the tallest elephant in Africa and therefore in the world. So just an interesting fact around them, but when they do come through, we will chat a little bit more about the elephant. So for now, we'll just keep an eye on who is coming through, probably zoom out a bit, make sure we haven't missed anyone on the peripheries. It does look like we have some zebra as well coming down. So, as usual, we'll probably just keep a good view and wait for this approach because it's so much fun watching the zebra as they make their way down. So just through the thicket there on the left hand side we do have quite a big herd of zebra making their way down to us, so we are just going to keep out and just watch as they meander on through, and then once they get here we will get a closer view and look of them. So I don't think they'll be too long, and it's quite cool also just to see the springbok come in and out at last kudu as well. So very slowly, rather large herd of zebra is slowly getting their way here. They really do blend into the background and the vegetation and habitat here as well, just with that concrete stone and even the vegetation as well. So quite cool when they do come through. It almost looks like little shadows, white and black striped ones. So you can slowly start to make out our pajama ponies, inching ever closer. I'm not too sure what the hesitation is, but it seems like they're kind of checking out and then getting ready for a drink. So we'll just wait for them. It's actually quite cool just to see that springbok almost in the center of the dam as well. And here we go. So slowly coming through for us. He's getting quite excited now that they approach the water as well. There's always an air of excitement or jubilation as animals do approach. You definitely can notice that they are excited to be refreshing themselves, quenching thirst. Some of them might have walked quite some distance as well, so they will have had that, possibly have brushed or had the odd run-in with a predator maybe throughout the night. Those predators are definitely resting in this heat. They do tend to be a lot more active in the evenings and early mornings as well. Not that it wouldn't be a strange thing to see one during the day, although I'm yet here. But there are definitely good populations of lion, spotted hyena, cheetah and leopard around as well. So they are definitely in the area. Just that they are probably out of the heat. I know that's not entirely impossible, that it would contain any salt or any saline as well, so it is obviously pumped. But I do think there's silt on the bottom because this is an old ancient lake. I do think that there will be certain minerals and that are deposited because of that old lake. So it's very possible that there are mineral deposits within the lake or within this dam itself. But that obviously in the silt. And obviously not too saline at all, because everyone is here drinking. And if it was very saline, salty, it wouldn't do very well for any of the insides of these animals either. Really, really cool scenes. I'm just going to get a little bit closer because we can. You can also watch these zebras as they suck that water up, almost using their mouths as straws. So lots of zebra. There is also some gemsbok around and drinking too, and our springbok. But we are also holding out for the elephant, as we said, and if we're lucky, maybe we'll get one of the black rhino, maybe even a cat, who knows. It is cat today, and if they came through for us, it would be rather spectacular. But even some of the birds of prey, we did have a tawny eagle last week, and we have had vultures as well at times, but I think it's maybe too late in the day for vultures. They always are quite skittish around the water as well, these zebra. Hi Ali, not that I'm aware of, there's just the black rhino that are here, but I will double check, make sure that I am correct with that, but I do think it's just the black rhino. I will double check myself now though. So they are white rhino in Etosha, but we generally only see the black rhino here. So they would be a lot more dependent on grazing material as well. So I don't think we will see them just here. Probably a little bit more west of us in this positioning if they were. So it does look like our zebra friends are kind of pushing off, but we will just zoom back out again and have a look. So it's actually, from what I'm reading here, that the white rhino were actually reintroduced into Etosha as well. So but yes, this waterhole itself is very famous for its congregations of black rhino and the behavior that they exhibit here. So nice to see the oryx also in the water. Really just cool. We did start to watch these guys quite up close a couple of minutes or so ago. So while we do have the opportunity, and while they are in the water with us, good to just have a look at the gemsbok as well and just appreciate how they look. An interesting horn structure here on this one. That kink.
A battle of the ages has begun. Now one guide reigns victorious. The rest covet his crown. Now, backed by popular demand, it's Animal Bingo. It's time for a shot at redemption to become the Safari King or Queen. Scores will be kept on a leaderboard and the ultimate winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. Catch the chaos and contention on every Saturday Sunset Safari. Bingo Saturdays.
Really cool seeing these Gemsbok. It's actually, I did get it wrong earlier, it's actually 45 degrees that they raise their temperature up to when it gets really, really hot. And this is obviously to slow down its perspiration so it doesn't lose water. So it's one of the mechanisms it uses to conserve water. They obviously do derive a lot of their moisture from the foods that they eat. So they also take out little melons, tubers and that as well, which they can actually dig out. And obviously from what they browse as well. And they also have quite a slow metabolism. And that's also to maintain themselves in these arid climates. So they don't obviously need to drink water every day because of their adaptations that they do have. So they can sometimes even go a couple of days or even weeks or so because they will derive that moisture from what they eat. Those roots, tubers, melons, thick-leaved vegetation, as well as some of the coarse grass that they do eat. Although I don't think the grass would have much moisture in it. It would be more so the other things. So they can last. They don't need to have access to water constantly. Obviously, when they do, or where areas where they do have access, they will obviously take the water as well, because who wouldn't? Hi, Lucas. So the average rainfall here is around 350 mils in a year. Obviously, that will change if it's drought. And it will change, obviously, if they have wetter years as well. So La Nina and El Nino years will affect this as well, but on average 350 millimeters of water. You can see some zebra just milling off at the top there. So what we will see, and the rainy season here will start probably in around January, so about 2 months or so. It will obviously maybe hopefully start to rain maybe within the next 6 weeks or so as well. So some light splatterings in December itself, but the main rain will fall from January, February, beginning of March or so. So that is when there'll be lovely green spots and shoots, but sometimes in the bush we also do get areas where there's like a green flush, because it'll rain harder in some areas, or in some areas it'll rain and then others not. So it can be quite sporadic at times as well, and you'll notice different areas being a bit drier sometimes and others with a green flush. Lots of action here today, and I'm just hoping to see if these other zebra that are milling about there on that tree line do come down. There's one that's here already, and they do generally venture down all together. And we've got a black-faced impala walking across there, going towards our zebra. So I'll zoom in a bit. Maybe we'll get to see that characteristic black face of that impala. It does look like it is walking away as well. Really cool just to take a minute just to sit and watch. But let's just see. I do just want to get the approach, and we can always zoom in again just now. Lovely morning dove calling again. And sandgrass too. So I'm just going to have a look at the springbok that is quite close, quite deep into the water, almost immersing itself. But as we mentioned, immersion, please do remember that this is a live and immersive experience, and it's also your safari. So please do send through any questions or comments you may have, any points of interest you might note. We do love answering your questions, and we do love interacting with you as well. So if there's anything in particular you would like to know about, perhaps even see, please do send those through, or send that through, and we'll happily bring it up and talk about it with you. But very cool, and these springbok have really got quite deep at the moment. This one almost seems to be crouching down. Very cool to see. Just time just to zoom out again, just check in on those zebra. See if we can't make out any of those sandgrouse that have come down. They are quite hard to see sometimes. They do blend in pretty well, but if there is a flock, I'll try and take us in. But not uncommon to see them here at all. And as always, we have the blacksmith lapwing, and they're at all of our locations. They're quite a common bird and around waterholes as well. And lovely European bee-eater calling there as well. Bass, so we do get camel thorns, being one of the more common species of tree here. And I do just need to check one or two of the others because there will be some iconic ones here, but it will also change on the different areas. So different habitats, different areas as well. There's a mountainous area too. There's some cool succulents that'll be there. Obviously types of grass. So we also get obviously wild figs, date plums, moringa. Obviously quite a few different Senegalias being acacias. But as I said, so it does depend on obviously the area of Etosha that we're in. So further east we go, there'll be more trees, and obviously the further west we are right now, a little bit drier, a bit more arid, so there are more thorn trees and that kind of characteristic acacia that is around here. And then it also does get a bit more mountainous as well, a little bit more west of us. So again, it does change. So it's quite interesting, there are about 134 different plant species, which is very cool to note. So that's just the plants, about 403 different large woody species of tree here, and 30 of which of those are endemic. I don't joke, so yeah, that's just in Namibia. There's 30 endemic trees of Namibia. So that's quite cool just to note. So I know that there are a couple of interesting succulents in that. I do need to do a bit more research on those endemic trees of Namibia as well. So I will do that at some point and chat about that too. But I'm really still waiting for our zebra to come join us. They don't seem to be wanting to play ball with us at the moment. Choosing just to hang back a little bit, which is sometimes quite rare. I do love the sound of those European bee eaters. Let's also just scan across here, just make sure we aren't missing anyone else. Great to hear that the European bee eaters have migrated and are back in the area. Drips and drabs of our springbok coming through again. It does look like these zebras are slowly coming down, so just going to wait here, listen to anything that might come through. Just appreciate the magic of the waterhole. So it seems that these zebra are being a bit picky and don't really want to come down just yet. However, there's someone that isn't picky, and they're across in Mashatu. And it looks like we have quite a bit of action going on there, so we're going to head over to Mashatu. And we're here with the Ellies. Always great to watch the Ellies, and I can just hear that Egyptian goose. So we're hoping to see if it indeed still has that one gosling. When I left a few days ago, it was still there. So just cool to watch these elephants and to see what they get up to. It's obviously starting to get quite hot there in Mashatu, and we should have a number of ellies coming throughout the afternoon as well. So I'm just going to track these ellies over. So I do think they're going to come right here to where the water does get pumped from. Possibly even get into the mud over here as well. There were some playing in the water as well earlier, so that also could happen. So I'm just going to sit and watch, because they do like this side. There are our Egyptian geese and they're one gosling. So they've managed to keep that one going. The other three, unfortunately, didn't make it. I'm not too sure why or how. But at least they have got one. It's far smaller than the goslings in Djuma as well. So it's cool to see the different sizes and how quick they grow. It is possible that the croc did get the gosling. Just chatting with some of the directors here. It is possible that the croc did get one or two of those goslings. But it could have also been the jackal that are around. We have had a number of jackal around as well. And a hyena wallow as well too. That could also be birds of prey. Maybe a snake even. So quite a bit of speculation. But always good to speculate on what could have happened, I suppose. Makes for good banter and chat. I think they might have been pushing over here. There is another little mud wallow that is just to the left of us. And they do get rather close to the camera, so I'm going to try and get across there, but it's just nice to watch ellies even if they are on the other side of the dam. We will just make sure that we aren't missing out on any of the action that could be on this side. Yes, Lisa, indeed. Always fantastic to have ellies around. And it's always great when they are wallowing and playing in the water as well. So, great things for the afternoon at least. And they are on the side, so I'm going to come this way because I do think the others might join in over here. So it's so cool to see these ellies, and actually just where they are here is where the Egyptian geese kind of sheltered down. At least that's where I've been noticing them. And I was saying that they just have that one gosling at the moment, but they did have 5 initially, and within the space of a couple of days there was only 1. But they have done very well in the last 10 days or so. That gosling has made it through, and they can be very aggressive, Egyptian geese as well. So it's not that it would be the hardest or the easiest thing to come through and predate on those goslings when they are around. Because they will dive bomb and almost come through and kind of judo chop even themselves with their wings as well. So anything else they do get pretty aggressive with. But yeah, so they have lost around 4 goslings in the process, and that was about 10 days or so ago. Great to see our ellies here. Being right close up and personal here in this mud wallow. And what's quite interesting is while the other mud wallow was full with water and the rest, I think it was about last week or so, they haven't kind of tunneled through and dropped any other water into it. They did leave this area in terms of mud wallowing. They were focused on a lot more on the other side of the dam. And now that that kind of has dried up, this is where everyone seems to be coming. Although the warthog are also on that side as well, they do enjoy it there. The ellies are definitely favoring here a lot more. So just the dynamics of waterholes and dams, they do change up pretty regularly and throughout the seasons. Different areas obviously get favored at different times. Obviously when there's more access to certain areas and mud and that, those are the areas that will get favored here at least. I don't think the ellies will be drinking any of this muddy, silty water because they prefer nice, clean water. But this is definitely where the action is with regards to getting mud and spraying themselves. And definitely the warthog will be around as well. But while it's busy with ellies, they will command the hierarchy of the waterhole. You're so correct, Charlotte. They do always make a day. And it's always great to just sit and watch ellies when they are around as well. But lovely to watch them here in the land of the giants, Mashatu. Very, very cool. And also just great to be able to spend time with them and see how they go about enjoying the waterhole itself. So I'm just going to scroll across a little bit. So I just want to see where those other elephant are, otherwise we're going to come back here to this one that is just behind the tree that is wallowing. It does seem that the others have left us. Corey Bustard is back. And there are our Egyptian geese. Seems that last ellie wallowing there, we'll go back to that because the rest have moved on. Looks like more elephant coming through though, so let's actually just wait for them to approach. If they'll come just to the opposite side here as well, just to the right of us. I did just make out some of their legs. And we obviously have our ellies on that side, just behind the tree. But it looks like there's a number approaching us. Might be quite cool because we could get a bit of interaction between the different elephants. And again, much like the zebra from earlier, you can almost make out the exuberance and happiness as these ellies approach this water. Might have been quite a trip for them, especially the youngsters. It just looks like one mom and her calf. I'm sure there are more around though. That calf is very thirsty, you can see. Beelining it straight to the water.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that.
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. It's in your nature.
Really quite cool just to see that interaction there with the Cory Bustard and the elephant. Cory Bustard also not wanting to hang around any angry ellies. These ones definitely coming here to the fresh water. It seems that separate groups of ellies at least. And obviously here in Mashatu there are lots of ellies, there are roughly around 700 of them. Really a huge population of elephant, and known as the biggest population in a private reserve. So it's not uncommon to see these little splinter groups as well as the big breeding herds as well. And not uncommon to see little splinter groups either. They really do love playing in the water, these ellies. Really getting right in there. Lovely, lovely watching these scenes. So really cool watching these ellies get right into the water. That young calf really immersing itself. But please do remember, this is a live and immersive experience, and it is also your safari. So if there's anything that you'd like to chat about, if you've seen anything very interesting, any points of interest at least, please do send through anything like that as well. We'd love to chat with you, we'd love to interact with you as well, and we'd love to answer any questions you may have around the African wilderness. These eddies are very content and just sitting here and enjoying themselves. Really, really cool. I'm hoping some of them might get more into the water, but it remains to be seen at the moment. Really cool just watching how these elephants interact with each other here. Also just how much time they actually enjoy spending in and around water too, considering 80% of their day is spent walking around and eating. The rest of the 20% is made up of rest, drinking and playing generally in the water. Really interesting behavior of them, and obviously with that rudimentary digestive system of theirs, they do need to spend that amount of time eating and looking for food, viable vegetation as well. It does look like they are going to push off down on that game path. I don't think they are going to come down here to wallow. It does look like it's getting a little bit cloudier. That could just be my feed at the moment. So we're going to watch them trail off and just go back to the other side, because there could very well be some other elephants coming through, and they do generally use the same highways or game paths. Otherwise we will just hang with that other elephant for now, for as long as it decides it wants to be around. I do just want to check. Looks like the eddy has also moved off. Just making through, walking through the brush over here. So sadly, our Ellies have left us here in Mashatu, but where they haven't left us is in Djuma. So we're going to head off to Djuma to see the elephant down there. So it really has been quite an action-packed day with elephant. Always great spending as much time with them as possible. And it seems like where they've left us in one location, they have joined us in another. So really cool. Obviously completely different scenery here in Djuma in the Lowveld. Far more arid in Mashatu than here. Really cool just watching Ellies again. Does seem to be a little bit cooler here than it is in Mashatu, so I don't know if we'll get them wallowing or splashing too much water on themselves just yet. But that does remain to be seen. Does look like some of them have mud wallowed already. You kind of just make that wetter mud just drying out on them as well. Can just hear some hornbills there in the background, as well as crested barbet, and there's a little Birchall starling popping around there on the other, just above the elephant there on the bank, and some oxpeckers as well calling too. So it's nice to note the different bird sounds and calls that are around. Looks like more and more seem to be joining us today, so long may that continue, long may that last, because a day spent with Ellies or watching Ellies is generally a good day. Looks like we might get some bathing and wallowing and swimming around, so let's just see. Nothing better than watching relaxed elephant really enjoying themselves. It's also just cool to see the young ones too.
Shongile was born in February 2016 to Karula, the Queen of Djuma. We watched her grow from birth to enforced independence when Karula disappeared. On the 19th of August 2016, Tandy, Shongile's sister, was on the prowl. From nowhere she appeared, and a traumatic fight ensued. That was the last sighting of her on Djuma. She disappeared into the wilderness just as her mother before her.
Look at that. There's a tiny, tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, and have a look, here comes Hosana with the monitor lizard.
Hosana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Hosana at the moment. Run away from this very big animal coming. That was so funny.
So sadly we did lose ourselves there, but we are back in Okakuyo, and we're hoping that Ellie's joined us here. Was really great scenes watching them both in Mashatu and in Djuma respectively. We do have one lonely springbok here at the moment, and we are, I'm sure, going to get something else that does decide to come through, because this waterhole is always got something going on. That we will be able to do a spot of birding, so we'll just keep an eye out. I'm going to just zoom out, make sure we don't miss anyone that might be approaching. Drips and drabs of springbuck. So we'll just zoom in on them. Might as well, while they are here with us, and just appreciate them having a nice quiet drink here in Okakuyo. Does seem like everyone is kind of leaving us here in Okakuyo. I'm just going to make sure that I haven't missed anyone that is possibly on the periphery here. So we will wait a little bit for the action to heat up here, but we do have someone wallowing in Mashatu. So we're going to head over to Mashatu and see who is in the mud. And our warthog friends are here and getting very dirty. They do love the mud. They do spend lots of time here as well. So I'm going to just try and get us a bit closer. Does look like our Ellies are back too, or giraffe. So perhaps we'll have a giraffe coming to drink as well. It looks like 4 younger little piglets. They aren't obviously newborns or very young, but they are obviously piglets at the moment. A couple of months old at least. Good to see them in numbers like this. I do hope this giraffe comes through to drink, because that is always a spectacle in itself. I do think the warthog are going to hang around for a bit. Unless the elephant do come back, it might push the warthogs off. But you can see just how much fun they do have wallowing, playing in the mud like that. So while this warthog is doing that, I just want to make sure we don't miss the giraffe. I do get to spend some time with the giraffe as well. And there really is a constant chatter here, always. Lots of quail flying in and out of the frame. The Meave starlings. Obviously our Egyptian goose as well. We have it a roller around 2 calling as well, doing its breeding display. And a number of white-browed sparrow weavers also in the area that I haven't seen just yet. But there are lots and lots of birds always here at the Mashatu Dam.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth.
So these giraffe are pretty much almost finished their drinking. I do think they are going to be pushing on just after this. However, we are off to Djuma again because our Ellies are really having a good time, and nothing better than watching Ellies swimming and having a good time. So we are back in Djuma, and quite clearly these Ellies are really having the time of their lives, all submerged, pushing themselves, swimming around, and really is a spectacle to watch Ellies swim. So we are going to do exactly that and just watch these Ellies swim. It is so nice to have elephants everywhere, Lisa. You are so correct. They really are such entertaining animals. It really is so much fun to watch them. What a treat. Nothing like some fun and games on a Saturday afternoon. Hi, Pat. I mean, it is known that they will maybe look at taking a small calf in areas, but Ellies don't tolerate crocodiles too well. There's even some quite well documented footage of one actually really crushing one, and that I think was up in Okavango Delta, but Ellies really wouldn't take too much notice of the crocs just because they are so much bigger than them, and I don't think those crocs would want to take on a live elephant. Not to say that if an elephant was to pass in the water or so, that would definitely mean that a croc would definitely look at that carcass. So obviously if there is the need, or if there is an elephant that might have passed near or around water, crocodile would definitely take the opportunity to eat off that carcass. However, it would probably only be very small young calves that would be a danger to, and would have to be a very big crocodile, just because the mothers are also so protective over them. So those crocs would really have to be pretty bold if that was the case. I don't think they would chance it. But I have also here and there seen some footage of a crocodile that actually caught onto an elephant's trunk, and it was a rather hectic scene, and that crocodile didn't end off too well after that either. So it's not an animal a crocodile would really want to play with as an elephant. So it's so fun watching our Ellies swim and have such a good time, but it is important to remind you all that there is animal bingo this afternoon, and it happens every Saturday, and the naturalists have to get 5 across or 5 down or 5 diagonal on the bingo board. So the viewers also have to have seen it on camera, and they also have to confirm that they've seen those animals as well, and then it is obviously corroborated and checked with the directors, and then only then can naturalists then mark it off on their list. So if it is a bird, then the naturalist has to do a segment on that bingo bird, and only then they can receive that confirmation from viewers and from the directors. And if it's a mammal, the naturalist will have to do a 5-minute segment on the bingo animal, and only then they will be able to receive any confirmation from viewers and directors. And at the end, we'll obviously tally up and make sure we have a winner for bingo today. So it's going to be quite an entertaining afternoon. Please do stay tuned for that, and we'll see who turns out. It was Cedric the last time, but he did have a couple of the others quite close on his heels towards the end there, so it'll be interesting to see which location is popping this afternoon. But really so cool just to be sitting here with our elephants here in Djuma. And obviously the deeper the water is in certain dams, and the Ellies actually feel far more comfortable, and they actually do get in and swim around. So in Mashatu and in Okakuyo, it is a bit shallower. Sometimes they do get in, but here in Gari, it is a lot deeper, and the Ellies obviously feel that they can really submerge themselves and swim like this. One of an elephant's favorite pastimes is the swimming and playing. It's almost amazing. They kind of separated a bit, and now they've come together again, and all four of them are really mucking about here in the water. Hi, Oriella. And if anything, it would be because of competing for food or resources. But no, they don't generally fight. They will communicate with each other, and they can communicate over vast distances as well, elephants. They do have a number of other means of communication too. So it's not just audible trumpets and that we might hear. They communicate through very low levels of vibration and bass through their feet, and they feel that even into their bones. Different growling and grumbling. Not really growling, but more grumbling and stomach grumbles as well, and they do touch each other as well with their trunks and smell each other too. So they don't necessarily fight each other. Where there is competition for food and that, they will probably have words, but they would have communicated that for quite some distance as well. It's generally the bulls, when they're in must, they fight. So not Ellie herds, not the breeding herds. Really is so special having Ellies frolicking in the water like this in the dam. It's not something we get to see every day, so really great that we got to be able to share this with everyone today. So I do just want to zoom out and just make sure we don't miss any of the action that goes on, and if they do get back in, we'll get a bit closer for them. But these Ellies clearly have had a lot of fun today. Probably quite tired and looking forward to some nice food, which I'm sure they're going to be doing just about now. It does look like they're slowly starting to move off. One or two seem to still want to play. The others, I think, are getting hungry. can really see the elation in these ellies, and then those facial expressions and everything else of theirs. Really is cool. My pleasure, Nancy. I'm glad you enjoyed your experience with us while we traveled in and enjoyed the African wilderness today. And it's just so great to have had these ellies now. Looks like a bigger bull over there coming to teach the younger ones a lesson, but really, really cool. Thanks, Nancy. Thanks for letting us know. Seems the fun and games are not over quite just yet. I just want to make sure. I do think maybe those other two bulls are still around. Otherwise we'll just make sure we don't miss any of the fun and games that are going on here. Kind of all separating out, so just want to make sure we do keep them in frame. And really, what a special day. And to finish off and end off with some young bull ellies playing and wallowing and swimming like this. Really, really, what a nice way to end the show. Been a fantastic day already, but this really capped it off. Nice just to see ellie interaction. So very sadly, it is that time of the day where we have to wrap up our escape to nature. But what an escape to nature it has been. Really an enjoyable day. And really thanks to all the animals, and especially these elephants, for giving us such a treat today. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Penguin Beach. And don't forget that there's Animal Bingo later on this afternoon on the Sunset Safari. Who will be crowned the winner? I suppose we'll only find out this evening. But what a fantastic escape to nature today. And we will just leave with these ellies and really, really real fun sights and sounds throughout the course of the day. But please stay tuned, and please tune in again tomorrow